It's 9 o'clock. I'd like to call this strategic planning meeting to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Any additions or changes to the agenda? And if not, can I have a mover to approve? Councillor Laird. All in favor? Motion carries. Adoption of the minutes. There was the meetings from September the 16th, 2019. Any changes? Motion to accept. All in favor? Motion carries. The meeting from December the 12th. Any changes or additions?
Motion to accept December 11th.
Thank you. All in favor? Motion carries. December the 12th, strategic planning, budget deliberations minutes. Any changes or additions?
Motion to accept.
Councillor Lang moves. All in favor? Motion carries. December 13th, strategic planning committee budget deliberations. Any changes or additions? A mover, please.
Motion to accept.
Councillor Lougheed, all in favor? Motion carries. Item 4.1, Subdivision Development Appeal Board, Bylaw and Policy Review.
Good morning, committee members. As council will recall, during the 2020 budget deliberations, we had a very brief chat about fees related to SDAB appeals. As well, I took the opportunity at the same time to attach the bylaw for council's consideration. Currently, the bylaw has 5 standing members plus 4 alternate members prescribed. One of those standing members is a councillor, and 4 of those are members at large, and then 2 alternate members and 1 councillor appointed. Practice in the last few years has been that council appoints 4 standing members at large and 3 alternate members at large at their organizational meeting each October, and along with 1 councillor and 1 councillor alternate appointment. As council may recall, the last few years we've had insufficient numbers of members at large applications, and these positions were not filled immediately. We had to repost and re-advertise, incurring those additional advertising costs to bring those membership on board. In the bylaw as well, we talk about quorum. The quorum for the board consists of a majority of the standing members, which is 3 or more. So there's 5 standing members. If we have 3, that's a quorum or panel to make an SDAB. And in the last year, there has not been a requirement to use any of the alternate SDAB members at large. We were successful with the 5 candidates that we have as regular members to be able to fill a panel each time with either 3, 4, or 5 members, depending on the hearing and the date of the hearing. And so as administration was bringing this forward, just wanted to see if council had any thoughts on amendments to the bylaw, whether we thought 5 plus 3 members at large was too many, not enough. Administratively, I think we could probably do without the alternate members, that we've been successful. And the reason why I address this is the cost of training now with the new MGA requirements to be trained for that every 3 years. It can be, depending on if there's travel time to Edmonton or Calgary to take a course, about $1,000 investment we're making in each of these members. And certainly, we only have them appointed for 1 year. That's another consideration council could consider, whether we need to do a multi-year appointment. That's within council's purview as well. And so the questions before council in terms of the bylaw itself is, would council wish to amend SDAB bylaw to decrease the required members at large SDAB appointments, removing some or all of the alternates? And the other question for council would be, does council wish to extend the term of the SDAB member appointment to 2 or 3 years to maximize investment in training? And my third alternative at the bottom is there's also Regional Subdivision Development Appeal Board option that we've been made available to us through Parkland Community Planning Services. They currently have 24 municipalities in central Alberta on board, none of which are MDs or counties, mostly villages and towns, so smaller urbans. And we could look into that further if council so wishes as well.
Comments or questions? Councillor Lang.
I have a question. I'm just trying to remember. We have, one counselor on the board and one alternate. So if we have a hearing, I'm trying to remember, does a counselor have to be present?
No.
Okay. So we can have quorum as long as we have 3, no matter who the members are.
Correct.
Yeah. So I have a comment too. I believe to maximize our, get the best value for our dollar, that I don't think that we should be going through elections every year to rehire. I think once they have the training, it should be good for 3, maybe even 4 years. There's other boards that do that, such as Community Futures.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you. Perhaps there's an opportunity to remove the alternate members. I think that that is a suggestion well worth considering. When I look at the term, I was looking at 2 or 3 years. 4 years can be a bit long for that volunteerism side, so I agree it should be more than 1 year. And for the Parkland Community Planning option, I don't believe that that's an appropriate one. So far, we have been able to fill the SDAB board with members from our own community. And I believe it should be our community in the driver's seat. So I wouldn't support the Parkland community or Parkland solution. So those are my thoughts on it. Longer term and removing the alternates for the board.
Councillor Duncan.
I agree with Councillor Laird. Training is every 3 years for that board. So I would suggest the term be 3 years then, because you have to take training anyway. It gives members an opportunity to move in and out of the board. And I also agree that with quorum only being 3, that probably with 5, we're plenty of people to handle the hearings.
Other comments? So we'll have 3-year terms, 5 members, 1 councillor, 4 community members. I think that's okay. I think we'll move that direction.
Back to a future council meeting. In anticipation, it'll be done before October, before the next organizational meeting. There's no rush. We've already appointed for this year, and members are all trained. So this was just more of a cleanup process.
And we'll have those people on a rotating basis, so we never have a complete changeover, but we can do,
We can start this year.
originally one year, 1 2-year, 1 3-year, and
Yep.
so we have 1 new member every year. So we always have some experience.
That's a good idea. Okay, we'll build that in. And then so part 2 of this agenda item was related to the policy, which council had requested looking at during their budget deliberations. And the policy was set January 13th, 2014. And that was done during a more comprehensive review of all planning and development related fees. It wasn't specific to subdivision development appeal. So at that time, Clarendon County set their fees to $300 for a development permit appeal, $300 for a subdivision permit appeal as well. And without doing a comprehensive search, but just calling a few municipal neighbors close by, it is a gamut from A to Z in terms of what municipalities do. Some charge nothing, some charge upwards of $800, if $1,000 if they don't show up. Depending on the type of application. We're kind of right in the middle of the pack, it looks like, from just that kind of brief overview in terms of the $300 fee. Certainly doesn't cover the cost to hold the hearing. In terms of the appeal fee of $300, there's more cost for board remuneration than there is in the appeal fee, but again, I think that was to not discourage appeals as well.
So Christina, stop order appeal is when a resident is doing something and we issue a stop order, then they appeal that to SDAB, correct? And currently that's $300? Yes. I would like to see an increase on that one. Because I think in the past, we've had some situations where it's kind of a frivolous, costly matter for the county to entertain. And I think if we increase that initial fee, it will increase the seriousness of the matter and for the person who wants to file the appeal. Any agreement or disagreement? Councillor Lang?
I'm just curious, what do other municipalities charge for stop order appeals?
And in the quick review, some don't even itemize them separate from development permits, so it'd be like not receiving a development permit for something, so the fees would be around what you're seeing for the development permit appeals. So ours is $300. In the case of MD of Bighorn, they actually itemized it separately, so they had a $150 appeal fee for development permit, but $300 for a stop order, so double what they would have charged for a typical development permit appeal. So theirs is double. The other ones, very few of them itemized it separately. So I would just, based on my guess, best guess would be that they were using their development permit fee, appeal fee.
So can you educate us exactly in how stop orders work? Is it something the municipality puts on the person or the developer, or can the stop order come from a neighbor that just doesn't like what they're doing, or exactly how does this work?
Yeah, the stop order is something that's issued by the municipality for a development that hasn't been authorized, either with a development permit or subdivision, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Councillor Laird?
Yes, so thank you for that clarification on stop orders. I mean, it's serious. I think I appreciate the approach where, you know, perhaps it's double because it's serious and its staff is definitely going out, putting time into that. They wouldn't needlessly do something like that. So I'd like to see us consider increasing our appeal fee to $400 and the stop order, the double it. I'm not so sure that isn't a good idea. I think that might be something I could support for appealing the stop order by doubling it.
Deputy Reeve Swanson?
This is, I'm okay with the fees and what's been suggested today, but if we decide that we're going to go through an economic boom, I'm going to say, where we've got a lot of applications, maybe for small business out and the stuff, we can suspend these fees at any point in time, correct?
Yes, fees are set by council policy, so should council wish, the policy could be revisited.
So I'm
Yep.
thinking if we wanted to suspend them for 6 months or 6 years, I'm thinking of a development permit. If we say, without going through the whole policy, could we say from this period of time to this period of time, we're going to suspend the development permit to encourage more permits to come in?
So for actual development permit application fees or the
Yes,
appeal fees?
Application fees.
Both would be covered under policies, so that would, again, be a council resolution to either amend the policy or put it on hold. I mean, administratively, we have to follow through with whatever's in policy, so
Okay.
I'm not sure of the technical process to put it on hold or suspend it, but definitely a resolution of council would be required.
Okay, thank you.
So we need a number, or Councillor Duncan?
I don't remember how we arrived at the 300 back in 2014. It was considerably less than that before. I think it was like $100 or $50 or something. Keith, I don't know if you remember that.
We didn't have a fee.
It was zero, yeah. So we got it to 300 and a 0 to 300 before. I understand Councillor Swanson's view about potentially, you know, making it easier. I would not be in favor of that. I think people need some skin in the game. I think we would end up with too many development permits that aren't followed through on if there's no fee attached to it. Somebody can just, you know, come up with an idea, go get a development permit, and it's a lengthy process for staff to do that. And then if they don't follow through with the development of that business or application, it's no skin in the game for them. So I'm okay staying at the 300 or even going to 4 or the stop order. That's one we don't undertake lightly. I would suggest that we go, yes, double or at least $500 on the stop order side of it. The other thing that some municipalities do, I think, is if the appellant wins, the fee is refunded. And I don't know if we want to entertain that or not. I guess I'm probably not in favor of that at this point either. I think they have to undertake that. But that is another option if fees are high and people are, if we do make a mistake, and, we're in error on a development permit and it's appealed and that wins, we could consider, I guess, refunding that. To me, that's a better option than dropping the fees altogether.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yes, I would also support the retention of the $300. I think that is an appropriate level. And for stop orders, I would be fine if we doubled that fee.
So 600 for stop orders?
600, yeah.
I guess just correct me if I'm wrong, but the real intent of this is to make the appeals a serious process, not just a frivolous undertaking by somebody that has a beef or, okay, fair enough. I would certainly support having those levels of doubling for a stop order.
So there was a talk about refunding the appeal fee if the person making the application wins the appeal. Should we go forward with that or just keep it the way it is? There's a cost, win or lose. Deputy Reese Swanson.
Nope.
Councillor Laird.
I agree with Councillor Duncan. I do like the idea of having the wording that we would refund it if the appeal went beyond, to the next level and they were successful. That's a process issue, and I believe we should refund it at that point. I think that wording would be appropriate.
Councillor Lang.
Excuse me, I'm in agreement with Councillor Liard. I think if the person goes through the time and effort to appeal and it's found to be in their favor, that they should be reimbursed because obviously maybe the process wasn't done correctly the first time.
Councillor Duncan.
I guess I need maybe a little bit more direction from staff here. The only thing that concerns me here is that it can be just conditions that are changed as well. And that's not, is that a win or a loss if there's a change in conditions? So I don't want to make this too complicated. I brought it up, but I guess I'm of the point that I would just leave the fees the way they are. If we have to make decisions based on is it a complete win or a partial win, if it's a condition that's altered versus the entire development permit itself, maybe we're creating more work for ourselves than we need to have.
Councillor Vandermeer.
I would support Councillor Duncan's secondary thoughts on that we need to make it straightforward, not provide a bunch more gray area here. So I'm in favor of doubling the cost for appeal of stop orders and not providing a refund.
Further comments? Are people okay with moving forward with no refunds? Anyone strongly opposed to that? Okay, so we will have no refunds. Is that everything then, Christine, for this one?
Just a question. If applicants withdraw their appeal, we don't refund at this point, do we? Or does it depend on what stage it's at, right? If the hearing's been scheduled and we don't refund, but if they come in one day and make the application and come in the next day and say, I changed my mind, we actually refund?
We could. That situation hasn't happened, but it would be a lot easier if we still had the check in hand to be able to give it back to them. But certainly, once we've gone through the process of notifying the board, setting the date, incurring the cost for advertising and administrative time,
Okay.
we wouldn't be issuing a refund at that point.
So is that something that administration can do at their discretion then, or do we need to give more direction
We
from
may-
council?
We may need to put that right into the policy. I think it wasn't, it was silent on that before, but I
Okay.
think we certainly could speak to that as well in the
I
policy.
think it's probably prudent to address that as well, then, if there's
Councillor Lang?
Oh, sorry.
Christine, anything else required for SDAB?
No, I think,
Just one second, Councillor Lang.
I guess I just had noted reading somewhere here that it said, however, should the appeal be withdrawn before 6 working days
oh,
that didn't include Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays of the scheduled date of appeal, the date of appeal is deemed to be one of the 6 days. Anyway, the appeal fee will be 75% refunded. I don't know, is that still
It's-
current?
oh, it's
Page
in there.
12 of 47,
Yeah, mine's 30 of 60.
halfway down the page.
Ooh, I missed that. Sorry, I missed that one in the policy.
It's on page 12 of 47.
Correct.
It's after the bylaw.
This is in a schedule, it's not in the bylaws,
Yeah.
which is okay. It's better there than.
Yeah. It is. There.
Right there. Has that ever happened? Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, let's leave it. Apparently it's working or not working, and unless there's a problem, let's not change it. So next item, 4.2, the police funding model. Oh,
If I may have a motion, that maybe recommends council revise the bylaw and policy.
Councillor Duncan?
Is the bylaw as amended by, or as proposed by council?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Item 4.2, police funding model.
Again, as council is aware, on their December 4th, the province announced the new police funding model, which they had been doing consultations with stakeholders previous to that. And with that, we got a table of contributions for what municipalities that weren't previously contributing would be contributing to that new police funding model across the province. We don't have a whole bunch of new information since December for council. I just thought we should get in front of you the year 1 through 5, which brings us from 10 to 30% of the total cost for policing. So Clearwater County's share is noted there year over year. I don't believe, and I'll look to Murray to confirm, that we've got details in terms of the method of collection. We know the amount, but we're not sure if we're going to be doing municipal requisitions or that it would be added to the tax roll. So maybe I'll look at Murray. Do you have any other info on that? I haven't had a chance to chat with you about.
No, we haven't received any further direction on that.
And as part of that discussion, when we went through budget, we kind of talked about the school resource officer position. That's one area that we do fund within our municipal jurisdiction. That wouldn't be considered as part of the modifiers for the police funding model. So we don't get a reduction in our cost per year based on having that school resource officer. We also, as a municipality, fund 3.5 FTEs of administrative time at the Rocky detachment. So that information is just detailed within this agenda item for council. And the ask of council was, does council wish any further information regarding school resource officer program or any other alternative models for delivery? And if so, we'll come back at a future date with that. But the dollars are set in terms of what we have to pay for police funding future forward.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess I just have one question about the school resource officer. Of course, it said we fund one school resource officer. Looking through the agreement, it looks like the funding is actually a little more complex than that. It's 2/3 of the rural area and 1/3 of the town, so.
Equivalent to one FTE.
Equivalent, okay, fair enough, thank you.
Councillor Laird.
At one time, there was some discussion about funding, I guess recognition of funding for enhanced RCMP positions that municipalities had funded. And it sounded like that they would consider those dollars spent against whatever our requisition is going to be provincially. Has there been any discussion about the school resource officer?
That was definitely one of the recommendations that came from municipalities through our provincial body, RMA, and it didn't seem to have any uptake when it came to the actual enhanced position, are truly those enhanced RCMP officers within the detachments. They're not, school resource was not on the list of ones that would be considered as part of the modifier for that formula.
Supplemental? Given that, I guess one of the considerations that I'd like our council to think about is the cost differential for an RCMP school resource officer versus if we were to supply our own county CPO, which would perhaps be a better fit given the funding model that we're now being presented with. I guess my secondary question is, and back to staff, is maybe getting information around what the funding differential would be between that. That way during the summers or holidays, our CPOs are back working on our county roads and looking after our infrastructure.
Councillor Lang.
So first off, I like Councillor Liard's ideas, but I am wondering with this police model funding, how many officers are we supposed to be getting?
Provincially, they've said 600 extra bodies, 400 which would be RCMP officers. What that means for our specific region, we have 5 detachments within Clearwater County. We don't have those numbers yet in terms of where the bodies will actually be located.
Because I'm on Clearwater County Crime Watch, and right now they have this crime reduction unit, and with 2 officers, it's equating to 6 months of work. I guess I'm catching the criminals that normally our officers would do. I'm just thinking there might, if we could continue with the crime reduction unit, we're getting a better bang for our buck, and I'm just not sure if we even need these extra officers in our area. So I'd like to check, if staff could check a bit more into that to see if this crime reduction unit is going to be continuing. And also with what we're paying right now for the school resource officers and the 3.5 FTEs, and what we'll be paying in 5 years is close to 1.7 million. That's hefty. And what does the town pay in comparison? These are all questions I'd like to come back to us.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just for clarification, and as far as the funding, for the 5-year funding that you put out in front of us, of course, they're basing that on per capita is what I'm imagining. That's where those numbers have come from, the 10 to 30%. Yes, no?
it's a more complicated formula than that. So it's got per capita, it has equalized assessment. I think it has actual instances of crime in terms of the need for service, and the number of members in detachments. So there may be more in the formula. I'd have to go back and take a peek, but it's more than just a per capita fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And supplemental. So with that, these numbers, as years go by, these numbers will change, and they could
Absolutely.
increase and they could decrease, and the government could then jump from 10%, maybe go 15% next year, but jump to, skip over 20, go straight to 30 or above. These aren't in policy right now. These are just highlighted from the government, the provincial government right now, correct?
Yeah, and there's nothing to say that they stop at 30
Right.
As well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
The town currently pays about 1.5 million, which is not, that's the 16 officers that are dedicated to town, but they're not paying the full shot of that. They do get a grant back from the province to cover some of their costs as well. So it looks like we're kind of moving towards paying the same amount as our urban neighbors are, over 5,000. Having said that, also the SRO, I know we discussed this at previous councils in past years. There is somewhat of a difference between, or there is a difference between what a CPO can do and what an RCMP officer can do in terms of crimes, right? What their the laws are allowed to arrest people on and stuff. So it would probably be a somewhat different level of service also with a CPO as opposed to an RC. Yes, they would still do the same services in terms of education and relationships with the kids in the schools, but if there's incidents anywhere at or near the school, they cannot, our CPOs would not be able to respond in the same manner as an RCMP. When we asked in previous years what happens to those officers in the summer, yes, sometimes they go back to the detachment. For the most part, they indicated that a lot of their summertime was spent up in holidays and training and preparation of programs for the following year, so that they weren't. But there's no real data to support all that as well. So it's, we don't see the timesheets, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's some further thoughts along that. It's not as clear cut changing a CPO out for RCMP out for a CPO.
Is there consensus to get administration explore that further so we can make a better decision about continuing the SRO program with the RCMP or perhaps switching it to a CPO? I'm seeing a few head nods. Councillor Vandermeer?
This is something, as Councillor Duncan has pointed out, that has been discussed previously, and the previous discussions did support retaining the RCMP officer as the SRO. It's just a different level of presence in the schools. I think the respect that goes with the RCMP is significant and is worth maintaining. So I think having the RCMP is the right thing to do. We can consider it again, but it's something that I would not review at this time. I would leave it as an RCMP.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just looking at the agreement here, it does say that if we do decide to get out of the agreement, that we have to give a 12-month notification. So it would still be a year out if we decide to do the choosing. So at this point in time, I believe we should leave it as is, but still explore that option, and keeping in mind that as this police funding model comes more to light, possibly April, I'm thinking, will be more information after the next provincial budget, that maybe we'll have better information to conclude on this.
Councillor Laird.
I recognize that where Councillor Vandermeer and Duncan are coming from. However, That was prior to us being charged for RCMP services. And I think it's imperative that we understand the cost differential, because I feel like at that point, we would be supporting two different levels of service for paying for RCMP services and then paying additional on top, of which apparently at this point isn't going to be recognized. It'd be different if it were the enhanced RCMP that they are recognizing. At this point, the provincial government is not recognizing that to offset the costs that we're going to be spending. So I think it is important that we look at that, because I don't want to see us spending more than we have to. If we can get some service still delivered at the SRO level, perhaps the CPO cost differential will be worth it to us, and it puts us in the driver's seat.
Councillor Duncan.
I do agree that I think it's worth another look at this point. I think that we also should do this look in a bit in conjunction with the town, because I think if there's potential here maybe for a change in service level. Maybe there's just a need for one officer, and we just reduce the service level a little bit. And if that is shared with the town, then there's a cost savings for both of us. And I think that's something worth looking into as well. But I think we need to stay in touch with our urban partner here on this, that we're taking a look at this, and we're suggesting that, asking if they would perhaps want to take a look at this as well, and we can come to maybe a joint conclusion, because there may be a desire for a change in service level, which may just be going from RCMP to CPOs, or it may just stay the same, or it may be reducing the service as well. We can look at the program has no doubt been effective, but maybe we can be just as effective with one full-time dedicated officer that never gets pulled away from the schools.
Councillor Lang.
Christine, if we're going to be checking into this, taking a relook at it, I'm wondering if it's possible to check to see what other municipalities across the province are doing, because this increased police funding model is going to be affecting basically everyone, and everyone is feeling the pinch with dollars. So I'd like you to explore what's happening throughout the province. Thank you.
So the consensus is we will, administration will get some information for us comparing the cost of the RCMP SRO compared to the CPO SRO. And perhaps you should have Mr. Emmons just send a note over to the town, an email to the town explaining that we're starting to review this. Anything you wish to add, Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. Yes, the other point I wouldn't mind bringing up is administration pushed really hard, working with the province to get the supportive staff recognized, and the province failed to come through with that. We felt paying for trained officers to sit behind the desk and type and do up that level of reporting perhaps wasn't the wisest use of resources. So also in this model is the 3.5 administrative staffs that are not recognized. I believe that's another conversation for this council. And I also believe it's probably a good topic to bring up the RMA with the Minister of Justice. Really feel that through this push and how fast it came, efficiencies could be lost.
Thank you. Any thoughts on that? The 3.5 FTEs for administration or support staff for the RCMP, $175,000 cost to the county every year. Do we continue with that? Do we need to review that? Councillor Duncan.
To drop that, it would force the town to pick up those costs, would it not? For those, is there an agreement there? That's I don't know how that works. Or would it just, if we drop that, those people would lose their jobs and the officers would go back to doing that work?
Yeah, I think that would require further investigation. I don't believe there is a formal agreement. There has been resolutions over time. I think it came one position, then another, or a half-time here. So we could do some more looking into that for council if they so wish as well.
I think we need to understand the costs and how much the town pays and how much we pay for these. And again, that's a conversation we need to have with at a tri-council or something as well, or a joint council or something too. We shouldn't be undertaking these things unilaterally. It would cause some grief.
Councillor Lang?
Just on to what Mr. Emmons had said, is there time for us to get on the list to speak to the Minister of Justice at the next RMA? Does anyone know?
I believe for the spring one, the date has come and gone, but we could get on for the fall.
So I'm thinking that's maybe what we should do.
Okay. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I was just also going to suggest, with respect to the administrative positions that we and the town currently fund, when more information comes available from the enhanced model, it does include support positions as well, so there might be information for us there to look at and compare it to what we're currently funding, so there might be some answers coming out of that as well.
Okay. So we will review this, the FTEs, the 3.5 FTEs, and we'll do that possibly in conjunction with the town. We'll let administration explore that a little bit more and come back to us. Yes, Councillor.
Just I guess a secondary question, as I was reading through on page 2 of 10, about halfway through, it indicated that the Alberta Police Advisory Board will be coming online shortly. And it kind of made me think, are we going to have to develop a police advisory board, either a regional one or a county one? Do we have any indication of that, whether that's going to become a requirement as well? Because that's additional costs to put board members from the county, members at large, etc., on that. So I'm curious from staff if we have any indication on that direction as well.
I don't have indication of that at this time, but it would be a fair assumption. Urban municipalities over 5,000 are required to have a police consult board, so it's a fair assumption, but it hasn't been explicitly mentioned in any of the stuff that I've seen as of yet.
Supplemental, and it's more of a comment that we would likely have to explore that as a regional process as well then, with our other municipalities.
Yep.
And Chris, if you could also look into CPAC and their terms of reference, because if we are able to have a formal policing committee that is legislated, it might make sense to roll CPAC into this new policing committee. Do we need a motion, Tracy?
He recommends that administration provide further information on police costing to council.
Okay. Could I have someone make a Councillor Duncan, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Item 5.1, let's have a 5-minute break to refill our coffee cups. Or at least refill my coffee cup. I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 9:50 a.m. Item 5.1, the Leslieville Public Services Facility.
Yes, good morning, committee members. I apologize, got a little bit of a cold here, so bear with me. As recently as the January 14th council meeting last week, council approved the land purchase of 27.5 acre parcel contained in the southwest of 25-39-6, west of the 5th. This parcel is located directly east of the Leslieville School and directly south of the Leslieville East Road. The intent of this property is to facilitate a new public services building, a multi-use training facility, fire pond, proposed second access for the school, as well as a proposed future development of a park and/or sports field. Clearwater Regional Fire, they're with us here today to answer any questions, has a separate budget for the development of the multi-use training area and can speak to the development plans in that regard. Staff is currently reviewing the draft RFP for the building with the intentions of obtaining pricing for a 3-bay design as well as a 5-bay design for council's consideration. So that item will be coming back to council after we've reviewed the RFPs. Staff is also developing a concept site plan with input from our various stakeholders. We recently provided an update to Wildrose School Division that council was moving forward with the land purchase. So now that they can start discussions with their plans and their conceptual ideas of what that future use area may look like, basically south of, everything south of the force main. As well as staff will be making application to have this property rezoned. Right now it's currently has a split zoning with a hamlet a manufactured home park as well as a hamlet residential. So the intent is that we'll get that rezoned to institutional, similar to what we did with the Condor Public Services Building. Previous discussions with council included constructing this facility similar to the Condor Public Services Building. So I thought it was prudent to include the general costing for the 2018-2019 year for Condor. We can see that the building was approximately $3.4 million for the 16,000 square foot building, and the total project cost, including land development, land purchase, was about $4.3 million. So from a conceptual plan idea with the limited data that we have collected and the ideas that we have from our conceptual plans, I've included a budget item in the 2020-2021 year budget with the land, itemizing the land purchase, the site design and construction, the building, with a small amount of contingency in there, but the building is sized similar to the Condor Public Services Building. There again, to be developed over the next 2 years. With that, I guess really looking for, to start the conversation, looking for the committees to indicate their support for the work plan as identified, or if there's something that the committee would like to see done differently with the development plans of the building itself particularly. The concept plan will be coming back for more discussions as we get our additional stakeholders in, get their input in. There again, so myself, Christine, Steve are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Chief Devian, could you give us an update on the multi-use training area?
Hey, good morning, committee. We have no update at this time, and we're currently setting up meetings, hopefully to get one of the parties in front of council here in the near future.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Chief Debian, I just want to ask you more about this training area. Is this something that is going to cost the taxpayers if we have this training facility, or is this something that you foresee will create revenue?
Councillor Lang, that's a very good question. To start up the incipient part of getting this program up and running is going to be some cost to the taxpayers to see how we move it forward and what phasing it comes together. Once it's up and fully functional, I see there be a revenue side or revenue stream. Definitely an opportunity to generate folks coming into our community and some economic spin-off in the community as well.
I just want to add, in order for me to fully support that, I'm going to want to see those numbers.
Absolutely.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Okay, I'm going to start the deep dive into the facility itself. Having a very well-done building in Condor, and I'm trying to substantiate what the need will be for Leslieville in all pretense. And the way I understand it, there are 2 units or 3 units that will be stationed there for fire in Leslieville. 3, thank you. So at this point, I'm okay with 3 bays, but where I'm at is the administration side, that whole side of the building that includes the change room and kitchen and the administration, or the small offices. Is that really necessary when we have something that's not far down the road? Can we bare bones that and just maybe have a couple of washrooms, a change room, and maybe we need 1 office, and eliminate the need for a kitchen, et cetera. Like, it is a come, grab the equipment and go. And if that cost savings on that end, I may even, the cost of the bays, maybe we add the extra bays at that point in time. But to me, the biggest cost is not the bays itself, it is that administration side. So that's where I'm at. I'm okay on the blank side, but on, like I say, where all the smaller drawings are, I'm like, maybe we need to bare bones that. So that's where I'm at.
Councillor Lang.
Well, I'm going to dive into that a little bit too, and support Councillor Swanson's comments. When we in the last council decided to have 2 facilities, one in Leslieville, one in Condor, I myself was envisioning elaborate Quonset-style type of buildings, and so what we have in Condor is more than what I ever envisioned, and they are only like 5-6 miles apart as a crow flies. Leslieville does need something, absolutely, to protect the school and the hamlet, and if they have a quick response, Condor's not far away to back them up. So I see a real opportunity to save some tax dollars. I do not see the necessary to duplicate what we have in Condor. And I am actually hearing comments from the public that they hope we do not duplicate what we have in Condor. And some people are even calling it a castle. So I just want to be very careful moving forward and looking at this seriously, and looking for as much cost savings as we can, and yet provide protection to the hamlet.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, what we all envisioned when we went out to the community originally is probably a little bit different than what we're finding ourselves now facing. Recognizing that, perhaps the vision has changed for Leslieville. When I first looked at this, I envisioned seeing something of a training facility probably going out to the Condor area, and I suspect that that had something to do with how that building was developed and the conceptually and built around that thought. Well, that thought is now changed. So we've now got some conceptual ideas around the facility and potential training, multi-use training thing being in the Leslieville area. So that's going to change how we look at this building, I believe. I think these are a bit early days. I would like to not see it overbuilt as well, but I think it needs to be appropriate. Given that we are being told that we hope that it's going to be a revenue generator, I think that's going to drive how this building is designed in concept, and then, I guess, conceptually designed and then engineered and built. I think those numbers will need to come. And just for clarification, the last I knew, there was 4 vehicles in Leslieville. So that's gonna chew up 4 bays or 2 double deep bays.
Sorry, I wrote them down and was gonna correct that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So, given that, I look and I compare, and I get that they're very similar between Condor and Leslieville. The one thing that kind of stood out was site design and construction is between the two. That's where I think that extra $1 million is living. I guess for me, I was hoping that we would see, what all that entails. I assume that'll be fire pond, hydrant, that sort of thing, as well as, road access to the back. And those kind of things are going to happen in there, which may help facilitate a lot of our other bigger ideas around how we're going to do this. And I guess I'm looking for staff to clarify some of that for me. And those are some of the thoughts I think are being considered, but I'd need staff to kind of let me know if I'm on the right track, and that might help council understand how we got to here.
Yeah, I guess, because we've just purchased the property, it was a little bit premature to engage the stakeholders to too much depth and the detailed concept design. Now, that is very much on its way, and it will be coming back to council. And I guess, as council's going through a decision, like we are currently in the RFP for the building review process, that can certainly be postponed for a while until council, the committee has a better understanding of the site development as well as the type of training that's going to be associated with this property. Training, we have an external stakeholder, possibly an industry user looking to assist with this. There may be some administrative space there required to facilitate that. Development so close to the school has expressed interest to maybe make it part of a learning opportunity for the school as well. And I think the committee may benefit from having a little bit more of the story from the stakeholders before we start picking off offices and meeting room size and stuff like that. When you're looking at the utilization of what this building could do, we're looking at it in a kind of a one bite-sized piece here today, and I think if we just postpone the RFP and get the conceptual site design as well as what the future plans of this area might be, would then define what the building should look like. Maybe it needs more of something, less of something else. Instead of looking at it, a little bit more holistic approach, I guess, as this a one-off. It doesn't need to look like the Condor Public Services building. We have the opportunity now to make it fit whatever our needs are. So I guess with that, I said we are in the process of engaging those stakeholders and getting that conceptual plan back soon to council. And this is something that I'd predicted that was going to be the crux or the holdup with this process is getting that conceptual design, all the stakeholders involved with what their ideas are, and then getting that back in front of council and having that support. But also, that support needs to go full circle. So if it slows down the process on the building, I think that's okay, because we need to make sure that we have the right building in the right location that supports we're looking at a 50, this building here was touted as an 80-year building, so we need to have that 50-year plan, that 80-year plan for this site. I don't think that Condor is oversized for what it is. It's only an 8-acre parcel. I say when we're looking at a 50-year plan, we're looking at this as a potential growth hamlet. We want it to continue to grow. An 8-acre parcel, after we've graded it out and then actually have usable working space, there's only so much room they have. So I don't believe the site is oversized, and the building, there again, 50 years. We're currently sitting in a building that's well over 50 years, and look what those constraints are. So I think it's money and well spent there, what we did in Condor, and we want to get it right in Leslieville as well. So I would be, I guess, just a little bit cautious there to start picking away at the building until we have a better plan what the whole picture is.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I think Eric is correct here. We need the conceptual site design to be in place. I think, as outlined here in this presentation, that we are trying to decide whether it's 3 or 5 bays is just way ahead of where we should be. I don't know how we arrived at that in the discussion even today. I want to go back a little bit here. This eastern side of the county has long been considered one fire station. One fire detachment out of 2 locations is the concept. And I think it's a concept that needs to be preserved. The former fire chief spent a lot of time working with the staff and the volunteers in the area to emphasize the importance of working together. We should not be at a stage where we're going to set up 2 fire stations completely independent, 5 miles apart. It's just totally inefficient to consider that. I would also point out we have 4 pieces of equipment in Leslieville at this time. I've made the comment before, I'll make it again. There should only be 2 pieces of equipment there. The only reason that the current hall is considered unsatisfactory is that we're contemplating going to tandem pumpers. We could very well get by with a single axle there for a considerable period of time and use that hall to support 2 units. So we're way ahead of the curve on this. We also talked about using the Public Works building there and modifying that. That would have been modest cost. We later talked about the facility in Condor being in the order of $4 million, and at that time we were talking in the order of $1 to $2 million at Leslieville. All of a sudden this has jumped to a total of $5 million. Totally unacceptable in my view. I would like to see us retrench and find out what we actually do need in Leslieville. I would like to see the site design, keeping in mind the recreational aspirations of the community, and the integration with the school division. We just completed, the community just completed rebuilding of the Elks Hall. We have the community center in Leslieville. We're not going to replicate that. We need housing for 2 units. Do we have it already, or do we need to build something new? And in terms of the training center, we bought 8 acres in Condor specifically to accommodate training for the complement of the area. If something comes up, industry needs something and is willing to support that location, I'd like to see their dollars put forward, and that does not limit to a few used and surplus pieces of hardware that are dumped at the end of a rail siding. That's not what we're looking at here. This, the concept plan needs to be verified, and we're just a long ways from it. That's my summary. Thanks.
Councillor Lougheed.
Well, thank you, Eric, for some of your comments, and I certainly agree with many of Councillor Vandermeer's comments as well. We want to get this right, absolutely. I think we want to build on those successes that we've had operating as one station in 2 communities. With that, I think we've only been successful in that by having that human component, which is our firefighters, and we need to have the available resources close to where we have the available firefighters. And I know in the past we had a report that looked at consolidating stations. That went down that path a ways, but we found there were some deficiencies within that. And the biggest thing is that within Clearwater County, about 0.5% of the people are available or answer the call for the service. And the communities of both Leslieville and Condor and their surrounding areas have stepped above that by quite a bit. For instance, they've been able to maintain between 15 and 20 firefighters between those two stations. That's much above what that 0.5% would be. You need to have the resources in place to support those people. And I think we definitely don't want to look at just duplicating a station. We want to build on that idea of being complementary, maximizing the value in those stations, maximizing the roles they play in a complementary basis. So I think we need more information on this. We need to make the best decision moving forward.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, and I appreciate where our council members are concerned. Definitely not looking to duplicate things. I recognize it's nice to see that, you know, we can maximize what we've learned from our Condor build and work that into how we build Leslieville Station. They're certainly not independent. At one time they were. And those two communities and those two fire stations have worked very hard to become complementary stations with complementary equipment and apparatus, and their mindset and team building has brought them a long way. I would hate to see that diminished by decisions that we make here in council. So, you know, as we figure out what the stakeholders have to offer, how that's going to play into how we design the site and the building, I think that those will be important pieces of information for this council to make decisions as we move forward. One in particular that I would like to see, and I'm sure that we are as staff, that we'd be looking at recruitment and retention opportunities, given where the Leslieville station is going to be located, right beside the high school. There are opportunities for career pathing and for accredited training. So when there's many programs that are built around high school students taking a career path in emergency services, I think that we are well positioned to do that. And I'd like to see that explored. And I think that will help in some of the decision making as we go forward, not just on the site, but the building itself, with that whole multi-use training thought. So I think as you're talking with the stakeholders, those will be very important conversations to have and to come back to this council with. So I look forward to hearing about that. And again, not independent, but definitely complementary.
Councillor Vandiver.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments of Councillor Laird about accredited training. I think that's a great idea. I would make the point that we have a great facility in Condor with space for classroom or whatever that could be accredited training. Going 5 minutes or 10 minutes to that site is no problem. So I would see no reason to have duplicate training classroom type facilities right beside the school. We all know that over the years there's been classrooms moved from one school to another for shop, for home ec, whatever. These things happen. So we need some strong arguments for spending anything beyond what is needed here. We're at 2 bays. Thank you. I'm curious, we're calling this a public services building again.
So my assumption with that is that it would have access and use for ag and public works again, is my assumption when we're calling it a public services building. This is not just a fire station.
With the intent, of course, is all departments as well. I think it's, the Leslieville build, I think, has potential to be even more so of a public services building, including, you say, when you're looking at the school, and you're looking at other stakeholders involved. It's a public building, it's Clearwater County building, and that's really kind of steered away from specifically the fire hall. Now, if that's the direction of this committee, through council, you know, be happy to build a fire hall that meets the needs of the fire service, you know, and that's, you know, we can focus our energies on doing that. From a community services standpoint, you know, costs more money, it's a broader scope to facilitate, you know, school training as well as industry training, as well as a fire service if it's that multi-purpose type facility. That's where, yes, public works and agricultural services could always utilize, optimize 2 more additional heated storage bays. They're invaluable. But really the community or public services building there, I think it's a much broader scope with the opportunity that we've been talking about in Leslieville.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess when I look back at all of the multiple uses that we had to consider when we built Nordegg Station and Public Services Building, that was a very broad scope, right down to looking at how we facilitated schools in that particular facility. And given that we recently took some training on joint use agreements with the school division and how we're going to have specialty agreements with them, much like we have the ICFs. These are JUPAs or something. I think that's a nice reciprocal opportunity right beside a high school. And perhaps we're going to find that that's going to be the same similar thing with the Condor's Public Services Building as well. I think these are early days, as you said, Councillor Vandermeer, for a lot of these, you know, hard looks at this. And I think before, you know, we make any, you know, hard, fast decisions, this is the broad, you know, 10,000-foot look at a project. We should get more stakeholder information. I think staff, I'm seeing, you know, nodding heads saying, I think we need to get more information from certain stakeholders and be able to bring that information back so that we can make, you know, better decision about this particular project. And thank you for clarifying that this is looking beyond even internal, when I say internal, to the county ag and you know, this public services building is much more than that. So I appreciate that you're looking much broader for this facility, and that helps me in better understanding it as well.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you for that, Councillor Laird. I think maybe we're maybe overlooking a great potential here. We have events have kind of cascaded since we started here, discussing the fire hall projects that we have now, a new high school going in Leslieville. And of course, then we've also discussed a regional training facility or multi-use facility of some kind there. And we've also indicated support for added functionality within that high school that's being built. So there might be an opportunity, as with any training operation, there is a need for a large internal space, such as a gymnasium, some classroom space. And I think you may have, working with the school division or working with Alberta Infrastructure Education, you may be able to find some added functionality within that new school building to have classroom facility, and then focus the efforts of the fire station on the functionality of the fire station and less so on the classrooms and that kind of stuff. There may be an opportunity there where we can support both the community and the fire service.
Councillor Lang.
So Eric, I have a question. Our public service, we have 2 buildings in Leslieville right now. We have the public service building and the current fire station that we're using. So in the public works building, do we store any ag equipment in that building right now in Leslieville?
Yes, we do. We do have a portion of our truck-mounted sprayers as well as our tow sprayers that are stored in there. The majority of the heated storage there is kind of turned to the ag side compared to Public Works. Public Works, we do utilize them for storage of our seasonal equipment, but there's a lot of the agricultural services equipment that gets stored in there.
So what I'm hearing is we have a building that's serving the purposes of that community as far as Public Works and Ag.
That is correct. We are not, and I purposely identified these 2 additional bays, and we were looking at a 3-bay to a 5-bay, that they'd be additional storage. Unknown, it's not a need for Public Works or Ag at this time. I think it's just prudent to have that costing, that pricing in front of council to make that decision, to know that if you're looking at a 50-year building, do you add those? Those are the conversations we've also had with council previously. It's not just my ideas, is that we have those numbers. It's nothing in a proposal to have those numbers provided for council's consideration to say, this is the additional cost for 2 more bays. Does that fit with the additional training? That's where one thing we're going to be working on with our stakeholders is that, is there a large event that would be held for training that could actually be utilized for the base? Not think beyond just the need for equipment storage, but 2 full 80 by 50 area could house up to, as we've seen, up to 150, 200 people with a microphone and chairs, and could be a large space utilized for something other than equipment storage. So I think it really needs to be looked at kind of the broad approach to what the utilization, what the current stakeholders, what their interests are. Do they come with dollars, or is it just great ideas? We know that the value of constructing something larger now versus an addition later in time, there's definitely value in creating that in one shot, once we crack it open. But one thing I will want to make councils aware is that, the longer we put on the process, the more complex we make the building, and we do want to get it right. We said we're looking for a 50, 80-year build, as that, through the process, we know that's going to be slowing down. A 20, occupancy by fall of 2020 might be getting pushed beyond the reach. It might be a spring 21, as long as that, if we're still okay with that. It's because again, we want to make sure that we have our stakeholders engaged properly. I know the school process is much slower, once we get to them engaged. I'm not sure exactly what their timelines are, but they're certainly not as aggressive as what ours are. So in order to get proper consultation with that group to find out what their future plans are, that's going to take some time.
Tim?
Councillor Laird. You didn't have a question.
The reason why I went with this is that if we build a building for fire purposes, we will actually have 3 buildings in Leslieville. And with each building, there's operational costs, the utilities. So I do recognize there's more efficiencies with one building, but where's the greater savings if we have a simple Quonset-style fire building to hold a couple fire units and have these other 2 buildings, keep them? Or are we better off having one with everything in? This is something that we're going to have to take a look at.
Councillor Laird.
Just a bit of a follow-up, and I guess it came to mind when we were chatting about, the importance of these type of facilities in our community and how they become the fabric of the community, and that's really what brought us to this. And I can tell you unequivocally, when the lights go out, because we've had some power failure for some reason, those public services buildings are shining beacons in the community. And I wouldn't want to see us lose that to this community, because I've seen it actually in action and seen what a value it is. So I'm anticipating that one of the discussions will be happening with the emergency management side of the processes. Is this going to be a reception center? Is it going to become an alternate operations center, or that kind of opportunities? And I think they're important for us to understand, because when that gen set turns on and this becomes the shining beacon in those communities, people do go there. They naturally gravitate to where they feel safe. With regard to Councillor Lang's considerations, I know that we're not showing it here because I believe it's early days, but I believe that there would probably be a sale of extra property that may be left as we transition from one building from multiple buildings. And of course, those are early days to anticipate what that sale may be as we divest ourselves of that, but I would think that that would offset some of the costs of this. Again, recognizing it's a depressed economy right now. So just other thoughts that staff can maybe address as you bring this back to council.
I guess I'll speak to that a little bit. I guess the current heated storage, the Public Works Agricultural Services site would likely be under Clearwater County ownership probably forever. Considering the historical use for that site, there'd be nothing that we'd be looking to be able to get out from under. As for the existing fire station, that could be something, with further discussion with Steve there, is that, that could be liquidated, I guess.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Maybe just a question for the chief. My recollection, last time we looked at a tour of the Leslieville fire station, fire hall, parking a pumper in there is fairly tight. I think, am I correct that one of the main reasons for even upgrading that site is that there's a desire to go to tandem units instead of single axle? Is that correct?
That is correct. Over the years, we're trying to rectify a water shortage type situation that we get when we get to larger scale fires. We come out of the gate currently with between 750 and 1,000 gallons of water, plus 1,750 on a tender to come out and support those operations. Time and time again, we've had to kick out other tenders and or alternative water means to get enough water to scene on a larger scale incident. Keeping in mind that both Leslieville and Condor do not have hydrant systems, so it is a complete water shuttle system that moves around, and it is that amount of water to come out. When we're looking at the new trucks, based off of what we're trying to obtain and trying to achieve, is the fire underwriters have come out with what they call a super shuttle service. And with a super shuttle service, there's, and don't quote me on this today because I don't remember the numbers, but it's X number of water over X number of hours actually can assist with reduced fire premiums. So we're trying to pre-establish ourselves to be able to meet those requirements. Currently, we've tried the calculations and we cannot obtain it currently. Larger tenders, which we're talking about moving to the tandem axle tenders to get us up to about 3,500 to 3,600 gallons of water on them, plus 2 engines in our service at 1,700 gallons will, once we get the cycle of all the tenders done, should make us be able to obtain that super shuttle service.
Just supplemental then. I guess I'm wondering if single axle pumper, I mean, having the pump is the key thing there. Beside that, then it's the size of the tank truck that you use. And bear in mind, if you're talking about a super shuttle, you're talking about bringing water over an extended period of time to a site. What I'm concerned about in the hamlet of Leslieville is that you have some immediate response. That's the only reason I can think of to even keep any units pumping and tendering at that site, is an immediate response. The longer term super shuttle thing is easily maintained from Condor, a few miles away. So it may even be practical to maintain a single axle pumper at that site and a tender using the existing facility. The actual need from the fire department, in my mind, is very, very sketchy in terms of the justification for going beyond that. If you have tandem axle pumpers, which only carry a fairly modest amount of additional water on them, the pumpers, and then the tenders, which are double the size, basically, you have those available at Condor. So you need something that can be on site very quickly and get a grip on the circumstance as these other units arrive. So, you know, in the extreme, I could make a case that you don't need a fire hall at all for 5 or 10 years. But if you want one, let's make sure it fits the immediate needs of that site, and that if you're thinking of providing a higher quality service under this super shuttle concept, yeah, you've got the horsepower, you've got the capacity at Condor. So that's the line of thinking I would like you to contemplate, and if you have alternative necessities, please, we'll review that too, yeah.
If we've had enough discussion, I was just going to suggest a motion that we postpone the RFP until after the conceptual design is presented to council.
So there's a motion, discussion on that motion.
What kind of timeline would that require? Because I also heard staff indicate that, you know, any decisions we make, whilst we need to make them with the best information we can get, it also postpones that timeline on getting this project completed. So postponing the RFP to get
Concept design.
the concept design, what kind of timeline are we talking about?
That's really tough to predict when our stakeholders, of course, being external stakeholders, you know, we're going to be at the mercy of their timelines to their, from a conceptual model, it all depends on the comfort level, I guess, of, from what I can see, is really that we need to get the stakeholders back in front of council, you know, with some of our ideas as well as some of theirs, you know, to, and then also have the business plan, I guess, to support, you know, what the building should look like to support, you know, these other stakeholders as well as the site concept plan. I guess it's something that we're going to be moving on right away is engaging those stakeholders and you know, we'll be pressuring them to, you know, provide us as much input as possible. So maybe, and I know there was the industry user was looking to make a presentation, I think, soon to council. So it's definitely going to push it back, and I apologize I can't give you a more accurate timeline, but it's definitely going to slow it down.
Thank you. You know, because I guess for me, I'm mentally kind of going, okay, what does that change on the difference on the shell between 5 and 3 bays? Yeah, that could make a significant change. Internally, that's where I see the dollars that really, you know, start to, you know, increase, as Councillor Swanson had said. So, you know, perhaps there's some middle ground to be found by staff of how we can continue to move this project forward with a few unknowns on what's happening inside on the administration side. And I think that's what Deputy Reeve Swanson was indicating. Because we certainly want to see this project going forward. I think I feel like that we've asked a lot more questions today to help, you know, move this project forward. I want to see it continue to progress.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Well, my problem is I don't know what we want to see to progress, because it seems very obscure what the direction should be. And as far as meeting a timeline, having something operational by November of this year, there's no need for that whatsoever. The need is to sit with the school division in particular and decide how this site, we've got some land that needs to be made suitable for whatever purposes are determined, and those purposes have not even been decided. So there's a lot of work to be done here, and you know, the RFP and 3 or 5 bays, that's not, you know, the 3 or 5 bays, in my mind, seem way out of bounds already, and what are the actual needs? I've expressed some things that I know the chief will be looking at or considering, but there's no urgency about building something that is out of scale with the necessity.
Tracy, could you repeat the motion, please?
That the committee recommends council postpones the Leslieville Public Services Facility RFP pending finalization of concept design and stakeholder engagement and receipt of report on estimated training revenues for the site.
Does there need to be a mention of our school division partner in that school board? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion? Motion carries. Thank you. We will have a 7-minute break and meet at 10:45. To order here, so we'll turn on the live stream. We're good? Okay, we're going to be changing things up in the agenda a little bit. Instead, the next item on the agenda is the draft strategic communications plan. We are making good progress and we are ahead of schedule right now. And DJ will not be able to be here to present until later in the afternoon. We do have the option that Murray could present, but I would really like DJ to be here to be part of that conversation and discussion. So I would like to move that till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we will be going in camera in a minute, and we will be doing one of the in-camera items before lunch. Any concerns with the change? Okay, so could I have a motion to go in camera, please? Councillor Vandermeer? All in favor? Motion carries. And we will turn off the live stream and go in camera. It is now 12:06 PM. We just came out of in camera, and I'm calling a recess for lunch. We will meet back here at 12:45. Thank you. Live. Calling the meeting back to order at 12:47 PM. And we will be going back in a closed session to continue discussing section 7.1. So can I have a motion to go to closed session? All in favor? Motion carries. So it's 1:21 PM. We have ended our closed session and we are returning to item 6.1, the draft strategic communication plan.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your patience and for accommodating my schedule. So without any further ado, I'm going to get right into the background. On November 18th, 2019, if Council recalls, a review of the communications update was presented and Council had directed administration to draft a communication strategic plan. This document serves as an overarching strategy to help guide administration in ensuring Council's communication priorities are known and used to drive activities. So without going into detail of each component of the plan, essentially provides a big picture overview of how we communicate right now. What communication tactics do we use, and potential areas for improvement if council wishes to enhance certain areas, such as podcasting, video production, etc. So at this point, administration is really looking for council's direction, if we're on the right track, and if council wishes to incorporate this for approval at a future council meeting.
Questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So first of all, to commend you, DJ. I really like the document. So it's very thorough, very in-depth, and very plain language as far as I think it's easy enough for anybody to understand. I did do a little snooping on the weekend as far as other, I want to just say newsletters, like just to see what other counties have been doing. One in particular I really dived into was the County of Lacombe.
Okay.
And it seems like they do almost advertisement like in theirs, and I didn't care for that at all. But in that they had, and you've allowed that too over the last year as far as community and extra communities to advertise in there, like volunteer through FCSS and through the Masters Games, etc. So I have to say that the information that we are putting forward in our newsletters has been very good. I've excellent comments back from, because I've been asking people, have you been reading it? Yes, of course, I get my mail in town, and so some days I do see a few in the recycle bin, and it's fair. I mean, some people have time and some people don't, and I like the fact that we have options to have it online as well. So I guess for me, I want to see maybe as a council us have an opportunity to maybe do video vignettes at some point, maybe either after council meetings or maybe at an opportunity, like for example at our Condor grand opening, just even if it's 30 seconds or whatever, just a small video end of things. I think we need to go into a little bit more of that end of our communication. Just it helps put a face, and whether we decide to take turns or it's just all the Reeve or whatnot, I'd like to see us to look a little bit more into that area in particular, please. Thanks.
Yes, I too thought you did a fabulous job. One of the questions and I have is, I guess, supplemental to the video vignettes, because it was on my notes as well, was even looking at, if we each had, 30-second or 1-minute little video after each of our council meetings with a quick, here's the highlights, so that that would be part of it, was maybe one, or something that is of note. One of my questions is, however, I noted that you have a SWOT analysis that you've got as part of this. I was wondering, when was the last time, if we've ever done a SWOT analysis, and then supplemental to that is, when is the next one?
Specific to communications?
Yes.
I believe the last one was done around 2014/16, around that period. What we envision is this document to be evolving and dynamic, so as council priorities do change, this document will be updated to reflect council strategic priorities and plans. So perhaps 2021, 2022 would be the next update and review.
Perfect, and that way we can make some comparisons and see what the trends.
Absolutely.
That'd be perfect.
I've got a few comments. On page 9, or is it 11 of 15? Under communication strategies, how? I've got 2 page numbers on my page, so I'm not too sure which one it is.
Page 9.
43. You have secondary tools, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. We should just do the broad topic of social media instead of limiting it to any 1, 2, or 3 social media tools. And the other comment then was on the e-newsletter that you spoke about, or you speak about in the report. 6 issues annually. I'm assuming that's just going to be the electronic copy of the newsletter that's sent out?
That's correct.
And I think if we go that route, we are not going to be meeting the needs of our residents or the habits of our residents. I've heard it said we live in the TLDR society. Too long, didn't read. People want the summary, and people will take that newsletter and sit down with the physical one, they'll have a coffee and they'll go through and they'll read the whole newsletter, skim through it. No one's going to pull out their phone and skim the PDF of that newsletter. I think if we're going to do an email out to people, it has to be short, one topic, one question, one thing for engagement, and keep it short so people can look at it, read it in 2 minutes and move on. Anything longer, we're going away from how people actually behave. I also noticed there was really no talk of our live streaming in this report or in the strategy, and I think this live streaming is a good step forward into the future, and we need to spend a little more time explaining that. And then I had a few other comments and ideas about live streaming, but before I get to those specifics, I'll see if anyone else wants to comment on the plan.
Just a question, Reeve, so you're thinking that we'd almost have 2 versions of the newsletter, then if there's an online one versus the one that goes out?
Well, if we want to email out the PDF, that's fine, but for people to go to page 20 of that PDF, they're either going to be sitting at their desktop, they're not going to view it at their phone, and it's just going to be wasted effort. And if we're actually trying to engage our residents, to communicate with them effectively, let's break down that newsletter into 10 emails over the 10 weeks between newsletters and give them 1 article every week. So they get the email, they read it, it's got 2 paragraphs in their email, and they click through to read the whole article. And we're going to be reaching more people and getting more information that way than giving a large PDF electronically.
Just for council's clarification, currently our new website has the option to send e-news to our subscribers online. We have just over 300, just under 400 actually subscribers online. What we do is we take a short version of our most recent notices,
Yes.
which also includes just a one-liner. If you want to read our latest newsletter, click on this link. But also has notices about, we just recently started a small business assessment subclass.
Yes.
There's a new event happening in town. There's another egg event. So these are all links that that the viewer can click on. So it's a condensed version of here's the most recent events that happened last month. And we try to do that approximately once a month, in addition to sending out that link for the newsletter.
See, in the same way that when we put out a Facebook post, it's short, it's one topic, people read 3 sentences and they either scroll on or they interact with it. If we're going to do an e-newsletter, it should be the exact same thing in their inboxes. So 1 topic, read or delete. And I do believe we will reach more people by keeping it short and concise instead of 1 longer form document. Other comments on the plan?
Just wondering if we need an e-newsletter, because like DJ had said, we can go online to the Clearwater website and look up any information that we want, and the e-letter could be posted there, or updates or news items, and it might save some staff time.
I'll just comment in support of that. What I heard DJ say was that it was pretty well covered, that they could get the snippet, the important items, and go back for more. We're not trying to create work for people to force feed a population that is uninterested, but it sounds to me like you've got it covered. You've got the broad newsletter, and then you've got this other thing, so I'm not sure that it isn't covered.
Okay, so did I misunderstand you about your e-newsletter?
It's essentially a condensed version of the most recent notices that have been issued, such as news releases, events happening. So it's a condensed version of everything that a user can click on. So if they choose to read more on a news release, they can click on that link. If they choose to read the newsletter, they can click on that link. So it's a very condensed, very brief email with links to our website. Once again, directing users to go back and do their own reading if they wish.
Okay.
That's 10 times a year?
Once a month approximately.
Or once a month?
4 to
Okay.
6 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
We try not to send too many out, just because we don't want users to unsubscribe. We don't want to bombard mailboxes.
I think it gets back to the effectiveness of it. You know, I subscribe to many email newsletters, and over holidays I unsubscribed to I don't know how many, hundreds it felt like. But the ones that actually gave value weekly, I keep those, because they're actually improving my life. And if we are going to be doing an e-newsletter, we have to make sure that the information we're emailing our residents is improving their lives. And then people shouldn't unsubscribe. It's only if it's not meeting their needs that people unsubscribe from these.
I guess I'd be concerned about overestimating their needs. Like you say, we don't want to be feeding a bunch of volumes of information and really encouraging people to unsubscribe because they're getting all this useless information. Sounds to me like there's lots of opportunity to get what people want and need, and I would tend to hold it at that. I think we've done plenty at this point.
Yes?
You're following up us statistically, so I'll be curious to see what the followership is in a year from now. So.
We'll keep monitoring the statistics, and we'll give a report back to council later this year.
How familiar are you with our Facebook analytics?
Quite familiar.
How is our engagement? Is it increasing or decreasing? Because I know Facebook changes the algorithm, and unless you have content that is engaging to people and keeps people on Facebook, Facebook plays that at a lower level of importance. So if you have boring content, not you personally, but if anyone has boring content, no one sees it. So is our engagement dropping or increasing?
It's staying quite steady. We are seeing a very slight, small increase. It's not a drastic spike by any means. But once again, it depends on the topic. If we have a news release regarding the budget, it may not be a 10,000 engagement post, but we do see quite a few thousand engagements and shares. Something like, for example, sharing opportunities in the community or an event, that really does help the public communicate and engage about what's happening. So we see a lot more interaction with those kind of posts.
Okay. Councillor Laird.
Probably to move away from the e-newsletter. I was happy to see on one of these pages that we are going to have consistently delivered messages, so and that's across all departments and sectors, so that's a good thing. What I also noted and I thought was very effective is that in our open houses we're going to have more dynamic presentations. And to me, that's part of the question and answer periods, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we evolve that as well, because I think there's certainly room to have that as a more dynamic process than it has currently been in the past. So really pleased. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm glad to hear that it's going to be addressed.
Any other comments on the plan? Yes.
Moving on. You talk about media training. So will that be coming forth as part of this as well, or is that ongoing? What's you outline it, but a little bit more specifically, please.
So administration's intent is to continue and to provide further media training, not only to staff, but as well to council, just so that our administration is all consistently trained and we know what to expect when the media does call. We hope to make that consistent even as we get new hires and as our company or organization evolves.
Yes.
Towards the end, I noticed that we'll be evaluating this process. One of the things that I see you've got on here is satisfaction surveys and whatnot. What I didn't see on there was consideration of maybe using a focus group. And I think that there's opportunity with the members of our public and stakeholders to maybe consider using a focus group as part of that evaluation process. I think that might be a very valuable opportunity.
Okay. Councillor Duncan?
I guess I'd have to think about it a little bit more. I'm not sure. To me, the focus group is more toward the planning side of it. If you're, rather than the evaluation, I think the evaluation is a council thing. For me, a focus group is more effective as potentially a tool for an ag rec building or for a broadband strategy or something like that. The evaluation here is evaluating I guess some of this has to do with what we're doing out there, but this evaluation is also the evaluation of the communications plan, right? So
That's correct.
I think for me, that's more of an internal thing as opposed to we have the analytics that'll come from some of this, and as opposed to, a focus group is a pretty small, and it's a select group of people though too, like you target people for that, so I guess at this point it doesn't make sense to me anyway.
Yes.
And I guess where I got to that, Councillor Duncan, was I'm looking and I'm going, we have under surveys, citizen satisfaction survey, and certainly it has, has its opportunity and value. But I'm, from a perspective, a lot of folks won't take the time to fill out a survey, and that's why I was looking at a potential focus group that could look at it, fill out the survey, and then hopefully potentially give us some going forward ideas, and that sort of feeds into that whole plan. For me, it's that sort of next step into the plan so that we know where do we go from here with some of the information that they bring together as well.
A citizen satisfaction survey could be a phone survey where you target people as well. Like, it doesn't have to be put out there online and hoping somebody will fill it in. Like, you can actually target segments of the population for that as well. Like, yeah. I guess it depends on what we're looking for an answer here.
I think it's also valuable to look at that social media content. If we wanted to have a higher viewership in Facebook or something like that, having the puppy pictures or the Reeve getting a pie in the face or something like that might get more readership, but is the content valid and useful to our community? And I think that's what we really want to see too as well.
Yeah. And as you're further working on this, as I was reviewing it, I was thinking about our upcoming MDP review, Municipal Development Plan, and how we can use online tools to get the information about those discussions out to our residents in a way that's probably more efficient and cost effective than having a series of open houses and compiling information. Maybe we have a 5-minute video about one topic and a PDF with more information for people to download, watch the video, read, and then commenting on it that way, instead of taking all the staff time to coordinate open houses all throughout the county on 20 topics, and we can hit it one topic at a time and get that information out. And we'll have, I think that would give more concise information back to the planning department in a timely manner, because we can hit one topic every 3 weeks or something. Just an idea. Any further discussion? Because we need a motion.
That the committee recommends council approve the draft 2020 2020 to 2022 Communications Strategic Plan as amended.
And then that will be coming back to council for further discussion at a future date.
Make that motion.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. And I believe that is everything on the agenda for today. Excellent. It is 1:41. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Lang, all in favor? Motion carries. And we're offline?